A confirmation about the audio, please, guys. If the audio is clear and available, kindly confirm the same. Thank you. We shall be starting in a couple of moments, guys. So, hello, a very warm good morning to all of you, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep. Welcome to another session of the essay module, where we shall be building upon from where we left yesterday. So, we are going to build upon the concepts that we studied, and basically, we are going to discuss more amount of essays for today. Today, we are going to try to understand what are the various different ways in which we can introduce an essay. We are going to understand what do we mean by a quotation based essay, what is the requirement of a quotation based essay, which kind of topics do require the presentation of a kind of a quotation, which kind of topics do require a direct based introductions, and also we are going to look into the fact that how is it that an anecdote can be helpful in order to represent our point of view and in order to make our essay much more substantial. Now, yesterday we had been discussing few of the essay pointers, and we had basically discussed how to think about it and how to develop perspectives for certain essays. Now today we are going to implement that same logic based upon a couple of questions for 2022 which has appeared in the 2022 mains examination. So that is again something that we are going to hold the discussion for. So, without further ado, let us initiate the discussion. So, first of all, we will come to the area of how to plan your essay. Because eventually you have to understand that in 3 hours, you are supposed to create two essays. So, roughly, you are left with around 1.5 hours or 90 minutes for each of the essay. Now, generally, what the mindset is that majority of the candidates they apply much more attention to the first essay that they are writing, and they end up putting so much effort into the first essay that there is not enough time left for the second essay at all, and that overall hampers your marks, because it is not as if for the first essay you will be given more marks and second essay carries lesser marks. In a scenario where both the essays that you have to create, if both of them have equal weightage, both of them do require an equal amount of emphasis. So here we talk about the time management first, time management, and then we'll talk about the word management. Okay, so when we talk about the time management here, so basically how to manage 90 minutes per essay, how to give adequate justice for each of the essay that you are writing. So out of the 90 minutes that you have to understand that basically the brainstorming initially after you have selected or chosen a topic. So give yourself roughly around 5 to 10 minutes for the selection of the topics. Okay? 5 to 10 minutes for the selection of the topic. By the way, guys, I know I don't need to be reminding you of this, but any kinds of doubts that prevail, any kind of hesitations that you have, please feel free to express it. Please feel free to ask that doubt. And the doubt can be from various different types. For example, how to improve your writing skills, to the aspect of what is required, any kind of issues that you are facing, please always feel free to ask that. So here 5 to 10 minutes is required for the selection of the topic in itself, because you need to weigh in your choices and then you need to arrive at the result. And we have seen that what are the requirements for the selection of the topic. So before selecting a topic, if you have the four options, first of all, the adequate and the most amount of weightage has to be given to understanding the topic. So that is something that we saw yesterday as well. So understanding the meaning, that is important. And then after that, you should have adequate emphasis paid to the aspect where we can, or the scope, where is it that I can provide more amount of perspectives, scope of the essay. That is, where is it that there is a scope for vertical and horizontal expansion of the topic. Okay. Shakib, you are appearing in 2024, as almost all of them are. So when should I start writing essays? So as of now, you are in a stage, I'm sure you would be writing answers on your own for the GS papers. So kindly do continue that. And please, this is the moment to try your hand in writing an essay. Because for the first time when you write an essay, there will be endless amount of lacunae and various different amount of drawbacks that you will be able to find in your own essay paper. Okay, so once you are able to find that, then you can slowly work upon those micro areas. But now is the opportune time where you are aware about what your deficiencies are. Okay, high level of fear of essay with respect to 1200 words. So see, please don't think that you have to write around 1200 words. Generally you will find that the candidates are able to create around 1000 words, 1100 words. That will be more than sufficient as well. And if you think that you will run out of content, that is why we take the help of the rough work. That is why we take the help of the various different examples, so, and the various different perspectives. That is where, if you have enough perspectives in mind, you will never fall short of the amount of content that you can reproduce. Okay. Shivaji, the vertical expansion of the topic is basically when any topic that you consider, whether it can be applied at the individual level, whether that topic is relevant at the level of the family, the level of the society, and the level at the national level, and so on. So that is expanding the topic vertically. And then expanding the topic horizontally means that if you can provide the economic perspective, the political perspective, the social perspective, the governance perspective, the environmental perspective, so all those are basically the horizontal expansion. Kumari, you can do it in the front page itself. Yes, Hariom. Even if you are able to create 1000 to 1100 words of quality content, that is more than sufficient. You don't necessarily have to drag your essay just so that you are able to fill that 1200 word mark. But then please also understand that it should not be woefully short of it, that you have written only 700 words. And right now, you have got that fear because many of you have not initiated that process of writing. The moment that you initiate the process of writing, you will easily be able to justify that. Don't worry about it. So, once you have done this, then spend around 15 to 20 minutes doing the rough work. Okay, so that rough work of brainstorming is an essential part. It is not that UPSC will check what is it that you have done in the rough work. It is not going to be checked. You are not going to be evaluated based upon your rough work or the rough analysis that you did. And that rough work, basically, when you carry out, so here always carry it out in the pencil and then eventually remember, strike it out so that you ensure it or you convey it to the evaluator as well that this is not the part of your essay. Okay, and please don't try to beautify your rough work, that this rough work should be no so neat and clean that it creates an impression. That should not be there. How can we write essay on rational is real? Please elaborate the topic, Misbah. Changing para, we can write a capital heading with every changing paragraph. Sometimes you can, but not always needed, not always required. No, not always required. Okay. Then when we are giving examples, just mentioning them won't fetch us marks. How do we indulge the checker with those examples? Highlight them, underline them. Okay. Okay, you're talking about rational is real and real is rational. So it talks about the aspect of what do we understand by rationality. So what is rationality? When you have, what do you understand by rational here, Misbah? What do you think is the meaning of rational here? You say that someone is being irrational, or that basic aspect, or let's say an event has happened in a rational manner. So wherever you have logical reasoning followed, right? So basically it tells you that any event in the outside world that is driven by rationality, any event is not something which is haphazard, be it events such as, let's say, interpersonal relationship, disharmony in the level of the society, international relations, or even when you talk about, let's say, that is the vertical expansion. So everything is driven by rationality. So rational is real, and then after that, real is rational. So what is real is also, you have to understand, has got a rationality behind it, and what do you think follows logic, that is something which reality conforms to. So there you have to elaborate upon that concept. For example, we talk about the sudden warming of the ocean, but it follows a logical trend. Now if you talk about political unrest in an area, now, it might seem irrational immediately, but there is also a logical reasoning behind it. Similarly, when you talk about the social discordance which is created. Now, social discordance, for an outside person looking from a third person's perspective, it might seem to be illogical, that why is it that this discordance is present, but then there is a rationality behind it. So it is that rationality and the aspect that the real world scenarios which are happening around us, that is driven by rationality, and rationality is the key to it. That is what is important. Is that understood? Are you getting an idea about it, or is there a doubt which prevails? We have left only 8 to 10 classes in this batch. What should be the strategy, as I'm going to give the exams this year? So as of now, are you talking about the essay paper? So in the essay paper, as of now, see, understand, if you are appearing for the mains examination right now, you will have a crunch, time crunch as well. So you can go through the analysis that we are doing of the previous year questions. That will give you an idea. Try to write a couple of essays with the help of the mains test series. Now, for example, this weekend, I think we'll have a mains test series for essay writing itself. So try to write a couple of essays in that, or one essay, even if you practice sufficient, and then take the PYQs. One fine day, sit with the PYQs, and as many PYQs that you can brainstorm, better it will be. Okay. Now, the brainstorming has to be given around 15 to 20 minutes. Now, once you do that, then you will always get an idea about the flow, about the structure that your essay requires, and accordingly, you can continue. Then, writing an essay will take you around 1 hour to 1 hour 10 minutes. Even 1 hour is more than sufficient. If you know what you are going to write, if you have that flow of thought in your mind, if you have done the homework or the brainstorming prior to that, you will never fall short of ideas, that what do I need to write next, are the examples that I need to provide next. And always ensure there is a revision time for 5 to 10 minutes at the end of it, and it will be left. Now this should be required or utilized for what? This will be utilized or used for grammar check, grammar and spell check, And then eventually, you also have to use this to underline and highlight important phrases. Kunal, I take 2 hours to write an essay, how to improve it. So, if you are taking 2 hours as of now, so that is not very bad. You have to uh, work upon your rough work and the decision and the framing of the structure. If you are able to do that, so that structure definition is very important. So once you are able to do that, then the writing will automatically come. Okay, so with greater amount of writing and the more answers that you create, that muscle to brain memory will also come into play, and you will be able to create a better essay. Okay, right? Do we use idioms in essay? Absolutely, yes, you can do. Now here, highlighting the important phrases is important. That is where you will be able to pull the attention of the evaluator that this is the important area that I have written. Kindly look into this particular area. But please don't highlight anything and everything. Many of us have a habit that when we start underlining, we will underline the entire paragraph for that matter. So that should not be the approach. Maybe a few words at max, maybe 2 to 3 words or 4 to 5 words at max. If you underline in one go, that will be more than sufficient. Okay, can we address different aspects directly by writing politically, economically? So see, there are few of them who will tell you that always try to or find a subheading, etc. Few of the toppers copies that is there, and which I will also share with you. So a couple of examples of the essays. So there you will find that it is given, but it is not always required. You can do that. That is again a methodology to attract the attention of the evaluator, as simple as that, but it is not always required. Okay, is it good to that we write in that in the essay we will see? Not very much required. You can do that. See, everybody has their own style of writing. Please understand that. There is no fixed template. There is no particular template that you can write only in a this manner or that manner. So you can simply continue to write it as if you are a third person or an author writing about the topic. That is considered to be the best essay out there, right? So when you consider the best essays out there, they have a seamless flow where they don't need to particularly put these subheadings, put these particular aspects or the headers and the footers, and there just by highlighting the important portion, it is sufficient. Can we mention a short story? Okay, you can always. For highlighting, can we use different color pen? The same pen you can use. um, I'm afraid to write answers, so I've never been able to consistent. Which question shall I start with to boost confidence? Any subject that you are confident with. Writing is very important, and it is understand that writing should not or need not necessarily be in the form of answer writing to get you in the practice. Writing can even be in the form of understanding your or having your logic or your conclusion for any topic that you have studied. Maybe you come across a piece of an editorial, maybe you read something in a book or a particular topic. Try to write it in your own words without looking at that. Try to create a 250, 300 word or 400 word out of it. So that is how initially you have to put pen to paper. That is essential. Once you do that, then you will be comfortable. Okay, is it allowed in essay papers and GS papers to highlight phrases and words? Not by highlighter. If you are thinking by highlight, so please don't do it with a highlighter. Just underline. Highlight here means underlining. I hope nobody gets misconfused or gets a misconception in that. Okay, so how do we elaborate the current affairs topics? Current affairs events with respect to the topic if we know very little about its content. See, if you don't know much about its content, then you don't write essay for that topic. Then you don't have to write essay for that topic. You will be able to write the essay or only if you know content about it. Otherwise, you won't be able to create even 100 or 150 words without repeating it. So content is the prime driver. All the presentation, etc., is cosmetic. It comes later on. So when you talk about essay writing, the first thing is content management. Second thing that you have is time management. And third thing is presentation. So content is the king. Always remember that. If the content is good, your essay will be good. Secondly, just putting enough content is not sufficient if you're not able to write in time, because then you will be prone to creating so much errors and there won't be any recourse from that particular aspect. So that is why always when you are creating a particular content, then try to have that or try to put in a kind of a spacing in between. So that comes with time management and that comes with presentation. Okay, right? Speed maintenance will come with practice. Speed maintenance always comes with practice. Underlining with pencil, you can underline with the pen as well. A black colored pen will do. Or if you want to underline with pencil, yes, that would also do. No issues in that. Then distribution of word limit. Now, again, I would say there is no fixed criteria behind this. It is not as if that a particular introduction has to contain so many words, the body of the essay has to necessarily include so many words, and the conclusion has to necessarily include so many words. There is no such fixed criteria. So when you are talking about the word limit, it is always an approx word limit that we are talking about. You can always adjust this in between the portions of introduction, body, and conclusion. You can provide greater weightage to introduction if you are providing a kind of a story, or if you are providing not, or not providing a story and providing a direct interpretation, then you can simply go for the direct approach to introduction, and then you can keep the introduction short. Ideally, the introduction should have a spacing or a word limit somewhere in between 125 to 175 words. Okay, that should be your introduction. Now, body is where the main crux of the essay will lie. So, you have to pay attention to this. So, here, when you talk about the body, in this, you can end up creating somewhere around 800 to 900. Okay, and then eventually when you create the conclusion, conclusion is the basic summarization. I'll give you examples also of how to create a conclusion for any particular topic. So how do we know how many words? So I hope we are aware that the how to count the words. So you count the number of words in the first sentence, you multiply it by the number of sentences. That's it. And please understand that it is not as if the evaluator will do that for every page or every word that you are writing or that you are creating. The spacing given is sufficient. And in that spacing given, if you have written the essay, fair enough. Nobody is going to count that, okay, instead of 1200, you have used 1250 words or so on. But, anyways, understand there is, even in the case of answer writing, even in the case of essay writing, there is always a margin of 10%. Margin of 10%. 10% here and there, you can always go about. Counting the word is simple. So let's suppose in any particular page that you are writing, you have created an essay like this and so on. So count the number of words in the first sentence and multiply it by the number of sentences that you have. That will give you the approximate idea about the number of total number of words, and that is the generally used parameter. So it is not used, this perspective or this methodology is not used unless and until the evaluator feels that you have significantly exceeded the word limit. Only then you will be penalized. Okay, right, Madhur, that would be correct. Okay. Now, then writing the introduction. Okay, so fair enough. Misbah, we will talk about your essay, and then we will talk about the perspectives. Then Rahul, the question that you have. So I want everybody to think about it, and everybody to also carry out a brainstorming. So yes, all the words will be included in the Deepti. So rational is real, and real is rational. It is a part of the PYQ. It has appeared in the examination earlier. So that is what I want you to think about. So first of all, what are the important keywords here? So here, I don't think anybody will have a doubt about the keywords. There are only two words which are played with. So here you have the keywords as rational and real. Okay. So whatever kind of introduction you provide, in the introduction itself, you have to provide the definition and the example of what do you mean by rationality and reality. Okay. What is it? Right. So when we say rationality, so it always talks about logic or logical approach. Right. Now, this logical approach will always find the pros and cons, or always will end up distinguishing between what is right and what appears to be wrong. So that can also be a factor of rationality. Difference between what appears right and wrong. So here I have attached the word appears. So that means even rationality. Can we say that rationality is subjective? Or what is rational for one will be rational for everyone? That won't be the case. So here you have to talk also about the subjectivity. Good, very good. To ask questions for gaining knowledge is better than to remain silent. Yes. Rationality is on the basis of a reason. Of reason, a person is taking the decision. For example, heliocentric theory, geocentric theory, right? So there is a subjectivity associated with it. Now, subjectivity, whenever you attach with rationality, that opens up a whole new set of possibilities. But nonetheless, after that, you have the aspect of what do we understand by real. Here, what do you think is the implication of the term real? Real is rational, tells nature of reality. Rational is about principles sometimes, but or rationale also asks about what is the logic behind any expression. What is real? Truth? No. Truth is a different perspective altogether. Practicality, good. Factual, okay. Authentic, much better. Okay. Existence. So, what we see around us, what is the existence around us, right? So, here, why I say that don't take the perspective that reality is truth, because what reality might be, that might not be true in terms of the logical expression, or what might be consider to be truth. After all, is a perspective. What might be true for you might be an absolute false or an incorrect aspect from the point of others. So reality is the existence around. So that can tell you about the behavioral aspect at a level of an individual. Then after that, Prakhar, Vivekananda also said that to know what is truth or real, then ask question. That is nothing but to be rational about anything. Yes, you can always mention that. Now, reality. When we say reality or when we talk about reality, that is also something which is based on experience. We can talk about that reality is something which you think about it based on experience, otherwise you don't tend to believe it. That how do I believe what is real? So this has got driven by experience. Prabhakar, perfect, very good. Real is the actual ground reality which is beyond the hypothetical idea. Very nice. The situation on ground but not what's on one's mind. So there you can also talk about the practical aspect, and that will be driven around the existence. Okay, right? Reality though is taken as objective, the notion of reality lies on subjective experiences. Good. So that is basically the definition part of it. Real means set of rule where persons show their authentication through experience. Okay. Reality is defined by explanation of what is visible or what makes sense to us. Better. An error does not become truth by reason of multiplied propagation, nor does the truth by an error because nobody sees it. Real is what yes, Payal, you can use that quotation by Gandhi. Real is what the truth is. Truth can be changed, but reality can't. Very good. So all the quotations that you see, or all the quotations that you are able to recall at the time of the examination, you can always end up using that. Now, reality is also our own reality. When we talk about reality, it can be our own reality as well. It can be what we are. It can be how we end up reacting to anything. It can also be how we, let's say, respond to anything, or how the world responds to us. So that can also be a reality. So that can also tell us about the self experience and the self actualization and the self realization. Okay, so that is something that you have to elaborate along with the quotation, etc. So rationality, reality, both of them you will have to elaborate in the introduction, or some part of the introduction and some part in the body. Then after that, let us think about the perspectives that can be provided. So how do we approach the perspectives? First of all, when we talk about the vertical expansion of the topic, can we expand this topic vertically? Can we provide the perspectives at an individual level, level of family, level of society, level of the nation? We can do so. If you explore that, we can always do so, right? So at the level of individual, here, vertical expands. At the level of individual, so here, interpersonal relations response generated, okay, at the level of society, social harmony, prevalent social ills, so how do you basically, when you talk about the prevalent social ills or the society in itself, how you justify it with the topic that is in hand? So here in that case, you can justify it with the aspect that for any social ill, discrimination, any kind of social stigma, stereotyping which is done. Now we might think that this is driven by or not driven by logic, etc., which might be true. But there is a rationality behind it. And what is the rationality? So, as you can say, Friedrich Nietzsche had once said that our actions are determined by our past, and our past also ends up determining our future. So anything that we do is driven by our past experiences, our past accumulated set of information. That can also be an inherited set of information. So if you are, let's say, following an inherited set of information, that this is the kind of a stereotyping that a society has, so you will carry out that stereotyping as well. Superstition can be the ideal example for that. Okay, right? So that is where you have to elaborate upon this. Then at the national level, when we talk about it at the national level, so can we talk about the international relations aspect, the behavior of a nation? That is also driven by national interest always. So you might think that why is it like a country like India in many parts of the Western world as of now, and for the past 1.5 years, India is being heavily criticized for its decision to have a soft corner towards Russia in the present Russia-Ukraine conflict. But that is driven by rationality. So the reality that you see is actually driven by the rationality behind it. And what is the rationality? Rationality can be explained by the past behavior between the Indo-Russia relationship. Rationality can be driven by the geopolitical reality. Rationality can be driven by our own self-interest, isn't it? So I hope that at the national level, you can talk about it. So here you have to talk about the relations, decisions by nations. Now, I'll give you a simple example. Take the case of our Western neighbor, that is Pakistan. Now, for a long period of time in India, we have continuously discarded them and their actions as simply being illogical. That there is a kind of a mad thinking philosophy happening there. That is why they are doing what they are doing, right? Otherwise, why would someone actually go and bombard a region where you have a lot of civilians? Why will someone end up sending people into the region and later deny that we have carried it out? Why is it that someone will eventually deny that it has ever lost a war with another neighbor where it has? We in India, we do admit that we did lose a war with China. Almost we did significantly have a severe setback with China in 62. But Pakistan doesn't do it. So while it might seem to be illogical, but there is a rationality behind it. What is the rationality behind it? The rationality behind it is very simple. Many of the decision makers, the elite policy makers in that country, consistently have been aggrieved ever since the time of partition, and they feel that it is an unfinished agenda of participation because at that point of time they thought that their country will have a larger territorial expanse. So there is that territorial greed which has always existed. And that territorial greed accumulated with that aspect of injustice being done towards them, and also the aspect of being at an equal level with India. So that is where that kind of action comes into play. Now, for example, take the case of Pakistan. Pakistan never promoted terrorism significantly up till the late 80s or up till the 70s. Now, why is it that suddenly it started supporting the separatist movements across the country? It started supporting the Khalistan movement, which went ahead in the region of Punjab during the late 70s. That was owing to the disaster that they faced in 1971, when their country basically split into two. Now, yes, there might be various different reasons behind that as well, that why that war happened, etc. But there is a rationality behind their actions. Now, once they came to a realization that there can never be a complete or a decisive victory for them, or even a small victory for them in any conventional war, that is when they devised the policy for a death by 1,000 cuts. That we will cut India in 1,000 various different places so that it bleeds to death. So that there has always been a logical reasoning behind that. Now, that logical reasoning, that rationality, whether that is correct or not, that is a different matter. That is what brings the subjectivity to the rationality. Okay, right? We can't be developed country without rationality and reality in economic policies. For example, ban on computer devices didn't provide support to LTT when it became terrorist group, etc. Yes, their army got a major setback in war, so they sponsored proxy terror groups. Absolutely. So I hope you are able to understand that. So that is where, in the aspect of national or in the vertical expanse, this is where you will get the maximum amount of different perspectives. Now, what I would suggest is that at the individual level, the different amount of perspectives that you get, write it in one go, in different paragraphs, write it in one go. Then after that, leave some spacing at the societal aspect. When you talk about the social strife, the social discrimination, the communal disharmony which prevails in certain areas, the ethnic violence which prevails in certain areas that we see. For example, what has been unfolding in the region of Manipur. So here, always understand that whenever you are writing these, and especially the contentious examples, please don't get swayed by your feelings so significantly that you become a journalist. Don't become a journalist. Journalist in the normal sense is, becoming a journalist is very nice, but in the present sense it is very perverted, in the sense that you will end up throwing your opinion so much that the entire writing will appear to be very biased, and you cannot be biased. Your family members can be biased, your friends can be biased, your thought process can will be biased. In most of the cases it would be biased, and there's nothing that you can do about it. But when you write, there you have to ensure that there is no biasness, okay, towards anything. So that is where, let's suppose you are writing a contentious issue like Manipur, so always end up recreating it in a way as if you are taking a view about it from a far perspective. So as we observe in the society, there are many ethnic violence and clashes reported in certain areas such as Manipur, and that is because of XYZ, etc., etc. Very briefly end it up. Okay. Now, but real rationality is when you know what is the priority, expansion versus via terrorism or development. So, see, that might be rationality for you, that might not be rationality for them. And you have attached the term real rationality, so that makes real also subjective. Okay, I hope that you understand the difference, Manoj, here. Can it be written in points? Please don't write it in points. Okay. Educating citizens is the only rational move. So that is also something that you will highlight eventually. That is the limitations to rationality. So when we talk about the limitations to rationality, that also needs to be highlighted. So when you are talking about the limitations, in that, what do you write? So lack of awareness at an individual level, at a society level, or education. People don't have enough education, enough awareness, enough exposure to the real world. That is why you will still find many of the social stigmas to be prevalent. That is why you will still find various different stereotypes to be very dominant, because there is a significant lack of awareness. Okay. Then you will also have, what are the limitations to achieve rationality otherwise? Lack of understanding, then lack of communication. Okay, right? So these are few of your limitations that you can always list it out. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, manipulating the people, etc., will also come into play when you have a lack of awareness about what you're trying to achieve. Then, lack of understanding or accepting our own mistakes, that will be lack of self realization. Yes, you can talk about that. Lack of self realization. Okay, now, lack of tolerance. Lack of tolerance comes from the lack of awareness. Generally, you will find that when you have aware people, when people are generally aware about something, and awareness does not mean awareness by social media. Awareness basically means getting an idea of what actually is going on across the world. Lack of flexibility, preconceived notions. So, preconceived notions will come into place when you talk about the society and the prevalent various social ills. That is where the preconceived notions will fit into the place, and you have to explain that. And lack of self actualization. So, that is, yes, you can do that. And relating rationality with beliefs. Yes. So that is where the driver of the fact at a level of the family, at a level of society, when you talk about superstition, you can talk about it that when the cultural and the traditional aspects of life, they are considered to be the hard truth, that is when the rationality goes out of the picture. And that is what you do, or whatever actions that you take, that are purely determined by this. Now, also, very good point indicated by Ambika, that is impact of surroundings. Uh, Bhardwaj, at an individual level, understand, first of all, when we talk about this topic and the relevance of this topic at an individual level, you have to understand that there comes all the topics that we have discussed about self realization of who you are. So, that is your reality. So, that is where many of the times we end up behaving in a certain way. And when we behave in a certain way, it might be pleasant to the world, it might be unpleasant to the world. We might admit that, but and we might not admit that. But once we have the self realization, that is the reality. For example, we might have certain insecurities, we might have certain inferiority superiority complexes. You'll find that people turn out to be very arrogant sometimes, and that arrogance is driven as a defense mechanism for them, right? So they become arrogant because they don't want to expose their own inner hidden insecurities which are present. So that is where the reality of their behavior is driven by the rational fear that they have. Now, how rational that is or irrational that is a subjective matter. Okay. Limitations basically is the limitations to attain rationality. Positive negative will go in hand, or first positive vertical positive and then entire vertical no. So when you are talking about any perspective here in the vertical expanse, elaborate upon them sufficiently, including the positive and the negative aspects. Okay. So, Misbah, these are basically your limitations to rationality. Then, after that, perspectives. Okay. So, when we talk about the perspectives, so here, the first perspective, first kind of perspective that you can provide, interpretation of history, very relevant in the present times. Yes, Shahnawaz, that will be used in perspectives or the national expansion. So, interpretation of history, can we think about that as a perspective that whatever actions of the present that you see are driven by the rationality of our understanding of the past? And it is that understanding of our past which drives the actions of the present and which makes the present appear to be logical, where it might not be logical, it might be completely absurd, but it appears to make it logical. Can we think about it in that perspective? Right? Then, no, LPG reforms, etc., that will come under the economic aspect. It will not come under historical aspect. Okay. Then, social stigma and ills, I'm sure you will be talking about in this as well. So, slavery and sati is illogical. So, that is not the reality. That was the reality at one point of time. Mindset of family. Family, you can include here in between the individual and the society. Then, other than that, what are the other perspectives that you can provide? Bonded labor and those ills, we can provide that. Rationality changes with time. Yes. Okay. Now, can we oppose this topic, or do we only have the perspective to support this topic? Can we provide opposition to the topic? Can you think about a possibility where we say that what is real is not rational? Can we develop perspectives for that if required? Yes? Good. Yes. Economic perspective you can provide. I'll tell you about the way in which you can oppose this. So, here, economic perspective, in the case of when you talk about the reforms or lack of it, then, for example, you can provide the aspect of governance and corruption. Then you can talk about climate change is a reality. It is driven by rationality of our exploitation of the nature. International relations you have to talk about sufficiently in this portion itself. Diplomacy. Okay. In history, there is always a war for resources which are real but not rational. Yes, by that you can oppose that. Prakhar, we can give example of cosmic world that it is real but not rational. There's a rationality behind the cosmic world as well, isn't it, Prakhar? Can the homosexuality and neo-local approach to family be the examples regarding individual and family? Yes, And they can be taken at the level of the society as well, including the portion of the stigmas associated. Like earlier, females were not allowed in Sabarimala. That was a reality, but not rationality. Yes, you can take the example of Sabarimala, or you can generalize it itself. That in many of the these temples, many of the places of worship, you did not have the participation of females. It is still not allowed. In many of the areas, it is still not allowed, and that is the hard truth. So that also you can highlight. Okay. Geographical also, how we move from geocentric to heliocentric, both seem to be rational, while both of them were not real. It is not that one of them was not real. Love for okay, Shamran, how will that fit into the bill? Bonded labor, yes, bonded labor will always be used. Bermuda Triangle, no. Mentioning generalized and give example as Sabrimala, yes, that you can talk about. That approach you can take. See, all these cases, and always try to maintain fairness. Always try to maintain fairness. Again, I would say, many of the times while we speak or while we write, there is a kind of an unusual biasness which comes up. So that should not be the case. Okay, so religious practices, etc. So that, and that is where you will talk about the fact that how many of the behaviors, etc., that you observe. So I'll tell you about that. So here, the opposition to the topic: illogical behavior. That is again subjective. Then traditions thought as reality, gospels of truth. Okay, immoral behavior towards woman. Okay, so this is the fifth or the seventh time that you are asking this question. Should we write heading or should we not write heading? So again, I would reiterate it. So basically, see, you can write the heading if required. You can do it without writing heading as well. A good essay is considered to be the one which is continuous. So please understand, it is not only essay is not something that UPSC has invented. Essay in general has been written, is written across the various different dimensions. So you can either highlight the paragraph that you are writing by providing the heading. That can be an approach, or you can provide directly as well by change of paragraph, by underlining of the various spaces. For example, wherever in that paragraph you use political social terms, underline that. So that will provide that seamless connectivity, that can provide the kind of a flow. If you provide the heading, it does appear like a GS paper, so you can do that, but it is not an essentiality. Is that understood now? Yes. Good. Stereotypes and stigmas. So, can we write an essay on this topic now? Maybe possible today what is not rational and real, but in future both may be such as mobile phone. Yes. So, there's a future possibility as well. Lack of imagination as well. Paragraph writing is better. Always paragraph writing is better. As rationality is subjective, quoting past examples is not because what seems to be irrational today might have been rational according to the past people's knowledge. So when we say reality, we judge it on the present reality. We don't judge it on the past perspectives. Our reality is what we see around us or what has been our lived experience. That is something that you have to talk about. Is that understood? Right? So, can we create an essay on this particular topic, or is there a doubt? Rationality may not be scientific, and real is scientific, so always can't coexist together. Mm, So here, please don't use absolute terms in that case, Shanavas. If you're using that, this kind of an example or this kind of framing, don't use absolute terms such as can't always be coexistent together, etc. So there are times when it cannot coexist together. Use a kind of a abstract term in that case. Okay, I hope we have enough examples. Reservations can get a place here. How? Satyam will talk about the conclusion also. I'll tell you about the different types of conclusion. How can you find a place for reservations in this particular topic, relevant topic? So you have to justify the relevance of it. It cannot go just like that. Wisdom finds truth, we'll discuss later on. Russia war of Ukraine fits here. That is where, in this portion of diplomacy and warfare, you can give the example. Okay, right? Polarization of the world, polarization of the society also. So in general, you can talk about polarization, right? So if you keep on explaining about each of these, that in itself will be more than sufficient to be able to create 1500 words. Manipur incident fits, absolutely fits. When we talk about social harmony or lack of it, therefore, so that is where you can have the aspect of ethnic clashes, communal clashes, and communal violence, etc. Okay. China's debt trap, how will you frame it? That is important. If you're talking about China's debt trap, which portion will be used to frame that? The rising of the Khalistan movement. Okay. So basically, in the case of China's debt trap, Payal, you have to take the perspective of those countries which are indebted or which are basically stuck in that debt trap, that there is a reality, and that is the economic reality which stares in front of them, and that can be of the level of bankruptcy even. Okay, right? Yes, like Pakistan. And even for that matter, Sri Lanka also has been impacted. That is why Sri Lanka is forced to pledge large amount or the port for a large amount of time. So that is what can be utilized. Now, then when we talk about writing an introduction, overall, introduction will decipher the meaning of the essay. So here, these are the areas where you have to necessarily define the keywords and also various interpretations of the keyword, citing relevant examples as well. Okay, citing the various different relevant examples for the keywords while defining and providing interpretations of the keywords. Rationality helps us understand the reality better. What might seem irrational from an outsider perspective Might be rational if we put ourselves in the shoes. Yes, absolutely. Now, why is it that introduction is important? Because regardless of whether the evaluator will be studying your entire essay or not, introduction will be studied in significant detail. So, introduction has to be eye catching. Here, the utility of underlining certain phrases becomes much more important. Okay, so you need to be able to highlight the important phrases and words. Okay, caste based reservations were prevalent, are prevalent and required in the past, but we are moving towards economy based uh, reservation. That's why I told mention reservation in opposition. No, but no. When we oppose that topic, we are basically coming to the area where it appears that the reality is not driven by logic. Whether you are providing economy based reservation or caste based reservation, there's a logic behind that. And there is a significant amount of natural justice of the logic behind that. Okay, right? Yes, flat earth can be used as a kind of opposition of the topic. Now, here, always understand that the word limit is not fixated. It can vary around 150 to 200 words. And then when you talk about the body, in the body portion is where you include the crux, and it should cover all the aspects of the introduction which has briefly been touched in the introduction itself. Now, here, the initial part of the body has to flow directly from the introduction. There has to be a connect, a logical connect between the last or the ending of the introduction and the initiation of the body. Always that has to be done. Okay. So, here, logical flow from introduction. Now, here, please stick to the demands, and this will happen as long as you are always keeping a track of the keyword. So, what I would rather suggest to you is that whenever you select a topic, circle the keywords so that you don't end up deviating from that. Okay, we have to make three paragraphs. You don't only have to make three paragraphs, Madhur, you have to make multiple different paragraphs. In the in the body part, you can have multiple different, and you should rather have multiple different paragraphs. Okay, and each of the paragraphs should be cohesive in the sense convey a similar meaning. Convey a kind of a similarity of meaning. Avoid extremes. Neither shower too much praise nor too much criticism. And that stems from the fact that nothing is either absolutely correct or absolutely incorrect. The reality will always be somewhere in between. Okay, so please don't take extremity. For example, let's suppose you are highlighting about, let's say, an economic policy such as demonetization. Now, I understand that out there in the world, the opinion is so polarized that either you take a look at it as if it is completely correct, or you take a look at it as if it is the worst thing that has happened. Now, the reality is somewhere in between. Okay, so it is not, reality does not lie in extremities. So that is where you have to talk about the middle path. Now, in this case, also understand that if criticism is to be provided, you are free to provide criticism, but always positive or constructive criticism. A constructive criticism needs to be provided. Okay, always. How? What do we mean by constructive criticism? For example, take the case of an economic policy like demonetization. Now, when you talk about demonetization, you always talk about the fact that there had been significant amount of job losses which happened, a lot of hardships that people faced through, lot of various different hard times that people encountered. A cash run was very imminent in many different areas. So here you have to talk about, so you cannot say that this was the worst decision ever taken by the government. The government should have done that. No. So, how you can provide constructive criticism? So, in the case of these actions, for larger point of view or the larger public sentiment can be kept in mind before going for the execution of an or implementation of an action. So these are few of the ways. For example, when you talk about, let's suppose, the any Indo-China war, etc., you cannot say that government's policy was so bad that India lost to China. No, never do that. So we could have been more proactive across our borders. We could have been more proactive in building the defense and more proactive in mobilizing the troops in certain parts. So that is a constructive criticism. Provide a solution associated with it. Okay. If the topic comes like poverty, corruption, etc., then too much criticism should be avoided in these topics also. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. Because please understand, regardless of whosoever is in power, it is not as if they want to be, or whichever government has been in power, it is not as if they would want to promote poverty in the country, they would want to promote corruption in the country. That is a social ill or a social malaise which comes along with that, right? Which comes as a party to the power aspect. So that is where please don't provide a kind of too much negative criticism. Okay. Avoid first or the second person when you are using the language, in the sense it should not be talking about, when you are talking about the various different perspectives or various different experiences, it should not be talking about in the first or the second person perspective. It should always be framed in the third person. In third person. Here, arguments need examples for authentication. They need examples in order to provide authentication that whatever you are talking about, that is authentic. You are not making bogus claim. Here also you have scope for providing case studies. There is significant scope for anecdotal case study. Okay, that is something keep in mind. How to write in third person's view? Third person's, where is it that you are required to write, or where is it that you feel the urge to write in the first person perspective? For example, when you want to share your own experience, that, for example, when I went to Agra, I saw this particular monument indicates the epitome of religious tolerance indicated by Akbar. Now, that is the first person perspective. Third person is that when one goes to Agra, there one witnesses the presence of this monument. So that is the third person perspective. Okay, I hope that is clear. Okay. Now, then eventually conclusion. Whenever you are concluding an essay, it is simply summarization of all the arguments that you have been able to provide in the essay. Provide solutions to the argument in brief, right? So that is where scope for providing way forward, providing way forward, concrete expression of the point of view, expression of the point of view. now does not mean that you will have only one point of view. So that means you can end up representing both sides of the argument, but in a concretized manner. So while these are some things associated, but it also holds certain challenges which needs to be taken care of. That is where the role of the civil society organizations, the government support, etc., comes in. So that is how you provide the concrete argument. And whenever you are providing concrete argument, again here you have to underline the important phrases for that matter. Should have a futuristic and optimistic tone. Never be pessimistic. There is no reason to be pessimistic. Okay, and pessimistic basically tells you that you are not a problem solver. So always take an optimistic tone. Always indicate in your conclusion how future is going to be brighter, how tomorrow is going to be better than today. Today is already better than yesterday. So that is the approach you have to follow. Okay, now let us take the example of this question. This question, which has appeared in the exam 2022, forests are the best case studies for economic excellence. Now, I want you to think about it, and okay, we'll take a break till then. So, we take a break of around 15 minutes. In that moment, I want you to think about it. Think about the perspectives here. First of all, understand. Yogender, that is also a 2022 question. If you want me to discuss it today, I'll discuss it today itself. You cannot step in the twice in the river. So first of all, I want you to think about this. I want you to understand the meaning, what needs to be written in this. So by the time that we come back from the break, do one thing. Just talk about what do you think needs to be written. Okay. So fair enough. We take a break and we will be back in 15 minutes. So now, have we arrived at a conclusion that what needs to be written for this, or what is the approach needed to be taken for this particular topic? Ambika, forest consists of different types of animals which possess different strengths similar to economic model. Different classes have different advantages. Beautiful. That is nice. For carbon sequestration, provide raw materials. Hmm. So Shally and Shakib, see, that is where that can be a very small component of what you write, but that is not the demand of the question. Forest contain many resources. Okay. So understand what is the demand of the question here. Food chain in the forests. Stability of economy depends on 5 factors. For example, forest has efficient energy flow, so we can use it in money supply. Good. Shanavas, that is better. Manoj, with economic growth, forests degrade. What is the demand of the question, guys? What do you understand is it that UPSC is trying to frame out of this? Forests are characterized by a symbiotic relationship with help in self-sustenance and sustainability. Good, Deepika, that is also correct. A country's state of economy is key to determine its forests, forestnomy. Okay. Diversity of economy we can drive. Good. For economy, how it hurts. So, see, many of you, healthier the forests, the stable the economy. No, it's about how forest can boost the economy. Absolutely not. That is what my point is, that many of you have the interpretation that this is about the economic utility of forests. How many of you feel that that is what is being asked, the economic utility of forests here? How many of you feel that this question is about highlighting the economic importance and the importance of forests? That is not the demand of the question, my dear friends. Read the statement carefully. Read the statement carefully here. Again, it is not about the importance of forests. It is about, yes, analysis and learning from the forest ecosystem. Very good. That what is it that we can learn from forests, which can help us achieve economic excellence. Okay, technology is needed in economy, and new world are more concerned about ecologically friendly economy. Okay, see, okay, let me clarify this. So one part of your essay, one brief part, there you can talk about utility of forests for economy, threats to forests. That's it. That is the brief part that you can mention here. But that is not the entire aspect of the essay. The requirement or the basic crux of the question is that here forests are the best case study. What is a case study? So here all those who are interpreting that case or the meaning that forests are for economic utility, understand that the question is having a larger perspective. So what we can learn from the forest, which gives us an ideal example to achieve economic excellence. Okay, so learning from the forest ecosystem, learnings from forest ecosystem. So let us talk about this. And to be used in economic excellence. Or let's not use the term excellence, economic growth or sustainability. So what can be done here? First of all, when we talk about the forests, how they teach us about the economic excellence. So forests give us an idea about resource management, guys. At any point of time, if you diverge from my views, please feel free to express that. I want this to be a freewheeling discussion. I want this to be a two-way discussion. That is how we learn. Okay. So resource utilization. So in the case of a forest, you would observe that none of the resources are wasted. Even a dead organism in a forest, even let's say an animal or a plant which is dead, now that is utilized for, or that has its own utility and importance for another set of organisms, isn't it? So that is where the resource utilization comes in. It provides a further improvement in the soil quality in many of the cases, isn't it? So that is where resource utilization can be linked to the aspect of a circular economy. Perfect, guys. Very good. Shanabaz, nice. Good, Kirubagar, that is also fine. So then mutual symbiosis. Then other than that, self-sufficiency. Sufficiency. So in a forest ecosystem, the forest ecosystem in itself is self-sufficient. It is self-sustainable, right? It is not overtly dependent on the other outside surroundings, right? So that self-sustenance, self-sustainability and self-sufficiency is an important part of economic excellence as well. No economic growth in any particular region, no economic growth for a long period of time can be attained if at all there is any missing link in the economic setup. For example, let's suppose, take the case of our own economy. Now, in our economy, the primary sector, that is the agricultural sector, for a long period of time, that dominated. Now, then immediately we made a switch, and a large scale switch over to what? Over to the services sector and services delivery, the IT boom which happened. So that IT boom which happened shifted the entire focus into the services industry. So services sector, they occupy close to around 60% of our economic setup, whereas the primary sector, as is the case with the various economies, it has reduced. The role of primary sector has reduced to close to around 15%, or the contribution has reduced to around 15 to 20%. Now it is the manufacturing sector which is stymied. So that is where, if in an economic sector, natural progression is what? Always in any economic sector, in any economy of the world, even if you take a look back at the growth of the various economic systems, you would observe that initially the primary sector would dominate. Then there would be a large scale shift to the manufacturing sector, and the role of primary sector would reduce. And then that manufacturing sector would provide a basis for the services. For example, if you have more number of workers in, let's say, a factory manufacturing things, so if the number of workers are more, then they would be utilizing greater amount of banking facilities, insurance facilities. They would be utilizing greater amount of IT services, greater amount of travels, airline industry. So that is the natural progression. So that natural progression can also be thought about. Natural progression. By the way, any of us who has still not understood the demand of this particular essay or this question, Misbah, please tell clearly meaning of the essay. Okay. The meaning of the essay is that what are the learnings from the forest ecosystem that we can apply in the in our learnings in order to achieve the economic excellence. What are the various learnings that we see from the forest? So when you observe a forest, there are multiple different functionalities playing around in the forest itself. So what are the learnings that we can extract from it, which can be utilized for in order to achieve economic excellence? Is that understood, Narendra, Gopal, Abhishek? Is that understood or not? Understood? What we apply for economic excellence from the forest, right? So, forest ecosystem in itself will have many different species co-living with each other. There will be various different types of food chains, food webs, nutritional networks, etc., which will prevail. What is it that we learn? What is it that we extract from that? Self-sufficiency, here you can link it with the economic aspect of, in the present context, Atmanirbharta, for example. So a forest ecosystem is self-sufficient from the creation of food to the consumption to the decomposition. Everything is carried out in the forest ecosystem. So that is where in the economic setup as well, when you have the entire economy feeding upon each other, the growth of the primary sector fueling the growth of the manufacturing, fueling the growth of the services sector. So you are self-sufficient, you are not dependent on outside factors or outside imports. That is when the economy becomes much more resilient. We can say that, right? Okay. Forests can be a good case study for economic excellence, but it can't be the best study for its purpose. That is there, but what will be the best case study for that purpose? What do you think will be the best case study for the economic excellence? So, if the question is asking that how the forests are the best case studies for economic excellence, so here you cannot say that the, or it would, I think, be a wrong approach immediately when you say that no, forests are not the best case studies, but the case study provided by, let's say, Keynes or the Keynes model of growth, that is the best case study. We cannot say that. We cannot say that no, forests are not the best case studies, but Das Kapital provided by Karl Marx, that is the best case study for economic excellence. We cannot say that. So if you are particularly convinced that that is the only best case study, fair enough. Otherwise, adhere to the points in this case. Contribute in health improving. Eventually, human resources will be cherished, which contribute to the economy. See, here again, I am telling you, contribution to the economy for the forest is something that you can restrict. That will form some part of your essay. Maybe around 75, 100, 150 words, you can talk about the utility of the forest, the threats to the forest, how the forest help in economic growth. You can talk about it. But you have to draw parallels. So here, natural progression of growth, then can we say survival of the fittest? Of the fittest, interdependency, adaptability. Very good. See, good points are coming in. So let's talk about that. Survival, doctrine of natural selection. Yes, that is the survival of the fittest. So in the forest, you will generally find that only the fitter species are able to survive. You will rarely find in the forest, be it in the case of any animal for that matter. Take the case now, many of you would have been following the current affairs quite significantly. Many of you are in a advanced stage and advanced level of your preparation. So you would be observing the case of the cheetah deaths which are happening. While you can always talk about the fact that this is damage that we are doing to the cheetahs, this is unethical for the cheetahs, etc., etc. But here you have to understand that why is it that so many cheetahs they are unable to survive here? That is because of the aspect of natural selection. The cheetahs, they are still not able to adapt into this surrounding, and not all the cheetahs are dying, right? So here few of them are able to survive because they are able to adapt. Similarly, in the economic setup, and that is the case with almost all the species. Many of the species you will find, take the case, for example, the eagles or the vulture species, or similarly, few of the bird species. You will find that because the food is scarce, the mothers don't end up giving food to all the weaker ones. The mothers, they will provide you food, or they will provide food to those which have the maximum chance for survival, right? So that from that, what do we learn which we can implement in the economic setup? We have over bloated organizations and companies which are forced to run by the government, which are dragged by the government. You can take the case of the government run PSUs, right? So here you can take the case of PSUs. No monopoly, very good. No monopoly. Shivanjali, that is good. So, when we talk about the PSUs in our country, now I understand, and again, keep your personal biases aside. I understand, and most of you would also attest to the fact that when it happened, or when we had the privatization of Air India, it was not a very popular move, because there was a lot of backlash involved in that. That Air India is that has been sold, it was a government asset, it was sold, and that is unfair on the part of the taxpayers, on the part of the government, on the part of the nation itself. But if you take a look at it, then almost every year the government had to pump in thousands of crores just to keep Air India alive, right? Thousands of crores of taxpayers' money, which could have been utilized for welfare schemes, which the government carries out anyways, but to increase the efficiency of the government schemes. Now, keeping that Air India alive not only involved thousands of crores of money injection, but also brought into play the aspect that Air India, for example, never invested for a decade and a half. There was no investment in capital assets, and there was a natural depreciation of the capital assets. You would have all come across that viral video where an old Air India plane was being carried by a trolley, and it got stuck in the middle of the road. That was the condition of the airplanes that we had. Now, what are the news about Air India that you are receiving nowadays? Yes, there would be news about bad services, etc. That will take some time to get rid of. But you would come across the news headlines that it has made one of the largest purchase orders. Yesterday, there was news of how the company, the Tata Group, is investing around $400 million in order to revamp the livery, revamp the look, and give it a modernized look. Now, can you expect any of those things to happen or to have happened if Air India was still being fed thousands of crores every year in order to just sustain itself? And also understand, while we were doing that, the aviation industry suffered because Air India became the epitome of inefficiency. They would do whatever they would want. They would have people at very bloated salaries, because at the end of the day, they knew that it was not their job to earn profit or to show efficiency at all, because eventually the government would pay them money. But now they are going for rationalization of routes. They are increasingly bidding for the newer routes, etc. Now, similarly, take the case of any other government run PSUs, for example, BSNL. Now, BSNL is again one of those government run institutes or the government run organizations which is going through the same fate. We are unable to turn that around. And that has been a long drawn process. But the aspect of the survivability of fittest, now out there in the telecom sector, you are left with a kind of a duopoly of sorts, where you have the presence of Airtel and then you have the presence of Reliance. Vodafone Idea in itself is on its way to be phased out. Why? Because there is survival of the fittest. So, in that aspect, where does BSNL fare? So, had it been a natural and a fair competition, BSNL would have been closed down long time back. So, look at what happened to the fate of VSNL. Similarly, you can take the case of the electricity distribution company, the discoms that we have. The major reason for large amount of non-performing assets in the banks was created by the loss-making discoms. Now, why is it that the discoms are making so much amount of losses? Huge amount of losses, thousands of crores of losses. Many of them we are not even aware of. But they have a loss to the tune of 20,000, 30,000 crore, which is not a small sum at all. Right? So they are incurring those losses. Why? Because they are forced to survive, because if you have to provide something, or if you have to gain some benefit out of it, that can only happen if it is in government sector. Only then the government can extract some benefit out of it. So that is where survivability of the fittest. Survivability of the fittest does not mean privatization. Survivability of the fittest here refers to the driving of the market forces. The market forces, they determine whether something will survive or not. So that is where predominance of the market force. Of market force. Okay. Now, then after that, here, interdependency. So in the forest ecosystem, you will rarely find that any particular organism is able to survive on its own. It is interdependent. So the availability of plants will impact the availability of tigers. How? Because if you have the availability of enough number of plants, then you will have enough number of herbivore, and that will in a way fulfill the availability of the tigers. So all of them are interdependent. Similarly, in an economic setup, various different sectors, they cannot operate in closed compartmentalization. The different sectors of the economy, they can never survive independently. There needs to be an interdependency. Okay. Then adaptability. So the forests, now when the conditions they do change, let's say the temperature is rising, let's suppose outside or in the vicinity of the forest, let's suppose the water level is rising or heat waves are coming, forests adapt to that. Newer species will come into existence. In the existing region of forest, newer species will come into existence. So that is where they are able to adapt to the changing scenario. When we talk about the economic setup, unless and until we talk about the economic setup and the various different economic sectors, unless and until they are able to adapt to the changing times, they will be very relic, and there won't be much utilization and applicability in the newer world. Right? So with the changing, for example, the entire world is turning towards trade protectionism, isn't it? Entire world is basically looking inwards, and there's a deglobalization which is on the offing, where everybody is thinking to curb the imports. Now in that scenario, you need to be able to adapt that. How? So a country like India with a billion plus population provides a very large market, a market which countries across the world are vying for. They are dying to have access to that market. Now we in our country, we can shift our focus to serve our domestic market, the requirements of the domestic market, isn't it? So it is that requirement which will keep the economy alive, right? Uh, it is not local for vocal, it is vocal for local. So if you are citing that, so local for vocal has a very different meaning. It actually is vocal for local, that you are vocal to have a local production. I hope you understand the difference between them. Competition among species for natural resources, yes. Ground reality differs a lot. Diversity of economy, good. Diversity you can talk about. Then, can we talk about labor force participation? Now, in the forest ecosystem, you will come across the fact that, for example, take the case of lions. Now, in a pride of lions, generally, who is the leader of the pack? Generally, you will find that the female lions, they are the hunters in many of the cases. They will hunt for food. Yes, there are an odd male lions which dominate and which end up leading the pack eventually, but the female, they have a greater role to play. So, in the forest ecosystem, there is no gender bias. In the forest ecosystem, there is no bias that if, let's suppose, you can, forest can contribute to economic growth in several ways: timber wood production, tourism and recreation, biodiversity and bioprospecting, carbon sequestration. So, again, I would tell you this is one brief part which is required. The topic is very large. The topic is very different. The topic, if you are only analyzing the utility of the forest, you are not doing justice to the requirement of the topic. That is, again, read the topic carefully. Get your mind rid of all the prejudices and all the preconceived notions that you have, and then read the topic carefully, right? If you can provide so many benefits of the forest ecosystem for the economy, obviously logic is something which is driving your point of thought. So think about it again, read each of the words again. Forests are the best case studies for economic excellence. Yes, there will be some role to be played for the utility of the forest, but if the demand of the question would only have been the economic utilization of the forest, it would have been that forests provide economic excellence. That would have been the essay topic. I hope that we are able to differentiate between the topics that forests provide economic excellence. They are the case studies for economic excellence. I hope we are able to differentiate between them. Okay, right. So, labor force participation, there is no discrimination which happens, right? So, there, that is where everyone contributes in some way or the another to have the product, to have that output in the forest, to get access to their food in the forest. It is not the case that in the forest ecosystem you will find, it is not the situation that, for example, take a pack or a large group of deers. It is not as if few of the deers, they will be left aside, that you stay back at home, the other people will come graze in, and then they will put food in front of your table. Everybody participates. That is where you have self sufficiency. It is not as if few of the deers, they are asked that, okay, you cannot mingle with the other ones because you belong to a different caste, you belong to a different ethnicity, or you belong to a different religion. Everybody participates. So when you have a greater labor force participation, there is a greater amount of efficiency which is attained. So that is something which can help you attain economic excellence. Okay, I hope you are able to get that, right? One fraction of negligence will cost you life, similar to economy. Yes. And preservation of resources, we can talk about the resource utilization and the circular economy. So circular economy, you have to talk about community living, sharing of resources, equal participation, no discrimination. That can happen. No discrimination. That will be a subpart. Self repair capabilities, similar to health infrastructure. So that will come with adaptability. Do you think so? Can we fix it with adaptability, self recovery? Whether in forest size doesn't matter, whether it is an ant or an elephant, both have a very important role to play. So that is where you have the role of diversity. Okay. More diverse ecosystem is a more stable ecosystem, because a more diverse ecosystem provides availability of more food chain, more functionality. Yes. Teamwork, example, honeybees. Yes, these examples you can always cite. Okay. Ambika, this is good. Herbivores help each other, um, promotes cooperatives. Okay. So if you are talking about the cooperative sector, that is where, rather than citing the example of herbivores help each other, you can take the case of how the larger group of species or larger group of individuals in a species, they help out each other, right? So cooperatives are what? The cooperative is not going to be the case where you have one individual from the milk industry, one individual from the fishing industry, one individual from the farm industry. Cooperatives will be, for example, milk industry will have its own cooperative and so on. So that is the role of the cooperative sector. Okay, beavers building dams. So how will you utilize that? Abundance can only come through interaction. Yes. Sustainability. Sustainability, have we talked about? No. Right. Then invasive alien species, are you getting at that? Invasion by other economy. That is not very see, that is a different scenario. So here you can talk about mutualism, many of you have pointed out. So mutualism can be linked with interdependency. The ecology must have energy flow in order to survive. Economy is built on the flow of money. One element is related to other elements. Yes. I have not understood that for which is this example. How? I have not understood that for which is this example. How and on what I give example. Okay. So examples that you have to cite here, understand, have you understood the meaning of this particular quotation, Misbah, or is there some doubt which prevails? If there is a doubt which prevails, please ask. I will explain it again. Don't worry about it. Any doubt that prevails, please ask. Have you understood the meaning? See, if you have understood the meaning of this, what is the meaning of this quotation? Again, I will tell you. The requirement of this quotation is, doubt that where will you initiate the essay from. As of now, think about the perspectives. I'll tell you how to initiate the discussion. I'll provide you with the kind of introduction, the quotation, etc., how forests can be the case studies, all that I will give it to you. As of now, I want you to think about the perspectives, apply your mind into the point, that how is it that we can have, or what are the learnings that we can gain from the forest. Labor force participation, Lakshmi, is basically when we talk about the forest ecosystem. The forest ecosystem will give you an example of the ideal labor force participation, where there is no discrimination, and there is, be it no gender discrimination which happens, no caste or religion based discrimination which happens, and everybody is able to partake in the production activity, or everybody is able to take part in the portion of economic or the utilization of resources. In economic setup, we don't have labor force participation for, let's say, the female gender. In our country, the women workforce participation is how much? Let me see how much we are aware about the economy and the portion of current affairs. What is the female labor force participation in our economy? Any clue? Rough idea? Yes. Close to around 30%. That is the somewhere less than 30%, close to around 30%. So that is where our economic setup is suffering. In China, the labor force participation is close to around 61%. And that is what contributes to the economic growth. Any developing economy that you will observe, the labor force participation is significantly higher. Okay, so that higher labor force participation is required for economic excellence. Labor force participation, here I will talk about the role of gender neutral. Birds building nests, spiders building webs, beavers building dams are example of forest engineering and architecture. So how will that provide a kind of a basis for economic excellence? Yashpal, doing with their best capabilities, strive for excellence. Yes, that is where it will come into the portion of the self-sufficiency part, survivability of the fittest, flexibility to switch strategy according to changing situations. That comes with adaptability. Okay. In the name of economic growth, forests pay the price of this by gradually erasing their existence. Okay. Can the New Forest Act be used in this essay? There is not much scope for it, no. Gender neutral here refers to that in the forest ecosystem, you don't experience that only one gender goes to work or only one gender goes for fetching of the resources. Unless and until the, let's say, the mother or another individual has given birth to a young one and they are in charge of feeding or taking care of the young ones for the brief period of time. But there also you'll find that the birds, they always go out to fetch water or fetch food for the young ones. So that is again something where everybody participates. That is when there is a greater productivity, division of labor, right? We can connect inclusive growth with homeostasis part. Okay. One forest, one law. Okay, survivability of the fittest, right? Forest animals as matriarchal more. So can we write this for promoting gender equality, for example, gender budgeting? Yes, you can do that. That you can do that. But all of that will come into portion in this subpart. It should not be that you mention the labor force participation and then separately mention about the gender neutrality. Okay, right? The benevolent act of forest always giving away to human teaches us to helpful and kind. That is good. So that is where service. Then no over exploitation. No over exploitation. Okay, first of all, I would want you to have some kind of patience. There are endless amount of thought processes which are coming. So if your question is not taken up immediately, have patience. It is not the end of the world. Okay, have patience. And I'm not taking the name, but show some decorum. Okay, there are subject matter experts who are there to reply to your question. When I ask you that if you have any doubt, you don't say anything. And then after that, my question is not answered, my question is not answered. I'll take up your question, but have some kind of decorum and patience. Please recap this essay because I have not understood from where you had started this. So you want me to erase everything again and start from basic get go again? Because you are unable to recount from where we had started. You want me to rub everything again, and every point that we have discussed about, should we start all about it again? Please get down the high horse. In that case, try to catch up. Okay? And I'll do one thing. I'll write the meaning of this. If it is creating so much amount of discordance, and all the various different types of, if this would have been a question of forests are economically useful, everybody would have been very comfortable. But the moment the question has got a twist, the discomfort level starts to increase. And how come, what is happening here, what is like going on in this session? So recordings are available, yes, that is true. So the meaning of it is forests and their systems teach us about how to attain economic excellence. Is that understood now, or is it still not understood? Is there a doubt which prevails? If you have a doubt which prevails, ask it now in the meaning. Later on, don't say that my question is not being answered to what is this unfairness in the modern world. It is not understood. Okay, good. I have understood. Okay, then I think I can move on. So when you observe that, when it is a basic comparison of the forest and your economy, as simple as that, compare it. What is to be found in the forest? How you can benefit in the economic terms. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll show you the written aspect of it. So these are the best case studies for economic excellence, but please understand. See, I understand the urge to get a look at the model answers. I understand the urge to look at the toppers copies, but that is not how you will benefit in the preparation for essay. Let me be very blunt. The moment that you are simply taking a look at the model answer or the kind of an approach in detail and you feel comfortable, okay, now I have understood, always remember one basic fact. It is not about the what is to be written here. It is about developing that critical thinking approach, because UPSC will ask a different question next point of time. Now at that point of time, you cannot simply say, but the toppers books or the previous sample cases that we have seen, it is not like that. That is the approach which works up till your class 8th or 10th level, or at max up till your class 12th level in certain cases, or even in your graduation or in your engineering days, when you have the questions and the answers that you rectify, you mug up, you vomit, and you are given marks. I hope you understand the seriousness of the essay paper. Please don't take it lightly. I'll give you examples of many of the candidates who have gotten into the academy only based on their performance of the essay paper, They have not performed very well in the GS papers, only based on the essay. And if you are able to perform better in an essay, generally that means you are able to think critically about any aspect, any problem thrown out at you. And once you develop that capability, it is going to have far reaching impact even in the area of your interview panel. Even in your interview, they will throw you random questions. Now, many of them, what they do is they think that, okay, I will take a look at YouTube videos of how the toppers have given the answers, how impressive they are, how nice they are. Okay, so if this question would have been asked to me, I would have given the same answer. And they prepare on those lines. Where is your individuality there? How will you create a difference? Have you heard any topper say till now? And be honest to yourself. Have you heard any topper make a statement that I topped in this examination because I followed the strategy of 2014, 2015 topper? Have you come across any topper who has said, I succeeded in this examination, I got a rank of 5 or 10 or rank 1 because last year's topper, they gave an interview, I followed it, they gave the model answers, I followed it, and I succeeded? You will never come across the fact, that particular reality. If you develop that critical thinking approach, my dear friends, only then will you improve. Okay, so please have that. Okay, so here basically start the essay with the any kind of anecdote that you can provide. Anecdote here, what kind of anecdote you can, anecdote basically is in the form of a short story of sorts, anything which authenticates your point of argument. So here, for example, you can talk about, and this can be an imagined one as well, this can be something which you can imagine as well, this is something that you can recreate as well. So this is where there is a lot of scope for creativity. Scope for creativity is significant. Anusha, these are the topics. This is all about the PYQs. I will be discussing only the PYQs. Few of the other questions I will discuss the kind of reference points, but mostly you have the PYQs that we'll be discussing. That will give you an idea. I'll also give you the areas that you need to prepare. In the fourth or the fifth session, I'll give you the areas and the topics, and we'll discuss about those topics as well, what you need to prepare in that. So scope for creativity, you can recreate or you can even imagine a scenario. So for example, let's suppose you talk about any of the forest species and the interdependence in forest. Let's say you talk about interdependence in forests. So for example, let's recreate a scenario when an elephant walks on the, or when elephant basically moves in a grassland in the region of a forest, the elephant ends up creating small puddles, or the elephant ends up creating its own pathways, small puddles. Those puddles are utilized by the frogs and the smaller insects. In the meanwhile, the elephants also end up clearing excess amount of grasses which are there and hence are referred to as the gardeners of the ecosystem. Now, these elephants, on top of them, you will also find various birds which end up moving because few of the species of the birds, they are able to get the parasites of them. Once these elephants die, then the nutrient from their body, or they are actually a food for the vulture species which get their nutrition. They are a food for the various other species. They are a food for the species of decomposers. And further on, they add to the fertility of the soil. So that is the best case of resource utilization. Similarly, in an economic setup, when we produce something, we can end up reducing the use of any of the product, and each of the product that we are producing, there in the method of production itself, we can take the help of the other sectors, and there can be a circular economy, the reuse, recycle, reduce aspect. So there you can create a kind of a story there. So that is where you can talk about an anecdotal story. Okay, so once you create that particular kind of an anecdotal story, so that signifies the importance of forest and what teaches us. So here you can also give a quotation: what we are doing to the forest of the world is but a mirror reflection of what we are doing to ourselves and to one another. So that is a direct relation with the economy as well. Give a reason on why forest can be a case study for economic excellence, for stability, sustainability, growth, mutual interaction between different species. In the later part of introduction, you can talk about it. Different kind of resources, that will be a small part, right? Okay. Then after that, body can be divided into different dimensions or views regarding what forests teach humans in their path of economic excellence. Give a statement about how forests contribute to human society, both in material aspect as well as the means of case study. So this is where you have to give maximum stress, more stress. Should story always be real or non-fictional? It can be real as well, it can be fictional as well. I'll give you the example of a fictional one as well. Many of the anecdotal stories that you take, that is from the Jataka tales, the Gandhiji, then Mahatma Buddha, all of them, they provide or Gautam Buddha, and all of them, they provide the ideal cases of many different anecdotal stories that you can provide. Okay, so here more stress on this portion. And this is where perspectives can be driven from, are arrived at. Okay, this is where you will get the role of perspectives. See, about how the material benefit from the forest, do you think you will be able to provide a difference in that content as compared to your competition? Everybody in your competition, or all the people who are going to appear for the mains examination, everybody knows that the forests provide timber, the forests help in carbon sequestration, the forests help in maintaining the fertility of the soil, they help in regulating of rainfall. Everybody knows that. And by the time that they are appearing for the mains examination, that is the standard. So that is where UPSC purifies, uses this as a purification tool, that only the creative ones, the uh, solution finding ones, they are able to make through the mains examination. And even after that, the smarter ones, they make through the interview process. So that is a kind of a purification tool. So understand where you have to provide creativity. Does not mean you strive excessively hard. So this is where survival of fittest, utilization of resources, diversity, resilient to shocks, hierarchy in the forest ecosystem is present. So that means one stage of economy can also feed upon the other stage. For example, if mining sector does well, then power sector will do well. If power sector does well, then the other manufacturing sector will do well. If the manufacturing sector will do well, then the services sector will do well. So there is a kind of an established chain of a chain of order, or a kind of a food chain. Okay, Alok, actually you have asked a very relevant question, Alok, even though you have asked it in a kind of on lighter mode, but it is a very relevant question. How to stretch an argument so that it don't look stretched? So that is a relevant question. Sometimes you will observe in the case of essay writing. So always provide examples. With the diversity of examples, you can stretch an argument. Always you can do that. Resilient to shock means, resilient to shock means that, but please understand, Alok, that the evaluators, they are very good at calling this bluff. And not because they are some special species who have come from Mars and who have come from other planets, no. But if you also, or your, let's say, 5 years of your life, your main job is just evaluating copies of the university students, university at in UPSC, you will still take the exam very seriously. In universities, people are basically very, very professional in putting bluffs in their answer copy and stretching that. So they are very good at calling those bluffs. So never try to bluff them. And resilient to shock means that if there is a sudden external change, let's suppose the temperature conditions change, or let's suppose a particular species suddenly dies due to a particular disease, etc., the forest ecosystem is able to recover itself. Right? Similar has to be the approach for the economy as well. Can reading more help? Always. Always. It is said, and the quotation by Stephen King is something that I always cite. The more you read, the better you write. As simple as that. There is no other escape from that. Now, then I took a walk in the woods and came out taller than the trees. Yes, good. Then, in the next part, write about the few issues which hinders economic excellence and how they can be eliminated from the lessons of forest. So, gender parity, overutilization of resources, poor linkage between the different sectors of economy, protectionism. So, you need to have interdependency for the economic growth as well. Similarly, the interdependency which is prevalent in the forest ecosystem, that in a way promotes growth. Okay. And then after that, importance of forest. This is the portion. This is the small part that everybody was concentrating upon. So this is where I hope you get some amount of satisfaction. Challenges to the economic excellence due to destruction of forest. So destruction of forest, as I told you in the initial stage itself, when we talk about the forest, threats to forest and the utility of forest for economy, that will occupy a smaller portion. Okay. Then after that, you can conclude by any quote on sustainability that you can. Okay. And then how forest conservation would have linked effects to economic excellence. So the conclusion will be a basic summarization. Gender parity means, think about it, that treating all the genders at the equal level, not discriminating between the various different genders. Okay. Disaster opens a new path. Very good. See, this is where creativity comes into place. That whenever a disaster strikes, there is a new speciation which happens. Good. Survivability of fittest is something that you have to drive from that. Now, can we think, do we have our mind fresh for another aspect or another topic? So, the way to gain a good reputation is to endeavor to be what you desire to appear. I'll give you the hint as well. So, let's go with the hint. So, the way to gain a good reputation is to endeavor to be what you desire to appear. First of all, understand the meaning. What is the meaning of this? And let me know. Treat others in the same way, the way you want to be treated. Gandhiji's yatra via train with normal clothes, yes. Behave like what you want to be, yes. Endeavor is to try. Keywords: good reputation and endeavor, and also desire to appear. You should become what you want to be in order to earn a good reputation. Yes. Any quotation that comes to your mind? For becoming repetitive, repute, okay, reputive, you should be desired. Okay. Your work reflects you. Yes, Swapnil, that is correct. Uh, If you want to be an IS officer, then think and act like an IS officer. But you know what the problem happens? When behaving like an IS officer, we follow we follow only the swagger aspect of the IS officer, that treat me with some kind of prestige, etc. We don't follow the logical aspect. Fake it till you make it. That is good, but then that is a wrong connotation of it. Question is not understood. Okay. If you want to achieve something, then first identify your goals and work towards it. Prince, that is good. Life is not about finding yourself, life is about creating yourself. Be the change you want to see in the world. Can we have that? Be the change that you want to see in the world. Right? Who gave this quotation? These are the famous quotations. UPSC has asked this question once. This quotation directly. Yes. Gandhiji, Mahatma Gandhi. Okay. So here, the way to gain a good reputation is to endeavor to be what you desire to appear. So a good reputation is what? How the world looks at you, how the world perceives you. So if you want the world to perceive you in a certain manner, everybody wants to be perceived in a certain manner. Maybe they want to be perceived as a kind individual. Maybe they want to be perceived as a rich individual. Maybe they want to be perceived as XYZ. Now, rather than creating an impression, be that person or be that individual, automatically that good reputation will follow. Okay? Practice what you preach. Integrity plays a role, yes, obviously. So, Akula, I hope you understand. Manifest yourself the same as you aspire to be, yes. Character is like a tree and reputation is like a shadow. The way to endeavor yourself is to endeavor others. Action speaks louder than words. Good. So all of these will fit here. So here in the perspectives, let us talk and explore the perspectives here. So in the perspectives, when we talk about the historical perspectives, you can talk about King Ashok. Now Ashok, at the time of his conquests, now obviously his ascent to the throne, and after that his initial years of rule were marred with a lot of various different disquiet moments, lot of various different rebellions, etc., which grew, and he went for a vengeful war. Now, it was during the Kaling War where he was surprised that people didn't take or didn't look at him the way he wanted them to look. For example, people wanted him, Ashok wanted the people to look at him as a benevolent and as a very mighty, powerful king. But the people looked at him with a kind of a disgust, with a kind of a disgrace, because he had killed so many people. So, what did he do? In order to create that in order to have that good reputation, or in order to basically change that entire aspect, he changed himself. He followed the aspect of Dhamma rather than Bhiri Ghosh. Okay, so Ashoka and his path of Dhamma, you can always talk about it. You can talk about following Dhamma rather than Bhiri It is a psychic unity of human beings to make people think in a good way. It is natural. So your feeling is to look good, then act good. You will automatically get that good reputation. Yes. Okay. Then Mahatma Gandhi and the Chori Chora incident. So when you take a look at the Chori Chora incident, basically the Chori Chora incident happened in the midst of the non-cooperation movement. I'm sure I am not the person who will tell you that. I'm sure you are much more knowledgeable. So when we talk about the portion of the Chori Chora incident, now Mahatma Gandhi had made it his endeavor, has had made it as an effort to create a non-violent struggle, and he was absolutely convinced that the rule of or the brute force can be defeated by the truth, and the force of truth and the force of non-violence. So that is why when the Chori Chora incident happened, he understood, because he also was under the impression, and he knew it for the fact, that if you capture power in a violent manner, if you overthrow something in a violent manner, the outcome of it is not good, the reputation created is not good. So that is why immediately after Chori Chora incident, he withdrew the non-cooperation movement. Isn't it? Right? Akbar and his religious tolerance, yes, you can cite that, and his religious tolerance. Then the different societies. Now, different societies, how they want them to be. For example, take the case of our society or our country. We always want the other, people across the world to look at us as if we are the greatest society, the greatest civilization of the world. Now, how will that happen if someone else comes to visit your society, or someone else comes from outside, looks at the level of discrimination that is carried on? So, that is where basically there is a kind of a discordance. So, the society evolves accordingly. Okay, so that is the need of it. Then, predatory economics by certain countries. Here, take the case of China. So, for example, China wants to appear or create a kind of a reputation of being that benevolent country who helps others in the time of the need, who helps the other different countries at the time of requirement. But then you have to understand that when we talk about the country like China, it has indulged in wolf warrior diplomacy, in the predatory economics, and that is where it is putting various different countries to debt. So, if China has to really improve its reputation, it has to start doing the right deeds. Can we relate it with some mythological quotes? You can. If you are able to provide the interpretation and the linkage, you can always link it. Uh, can we use Raja Ram Mohan Roy's example? You can. You can do that. Okay. Then the political outlook, the political perspective. For example, when we talk about, let's say, the case of many political parties in the present day scenario, now, not only in India but across the world. Now, many of them, they champion the cause of democracy, but then internally amongst themselves, they are not democratic. Many of these political parties across the world, take the case of the Labour Party in UK, take the case of the Republicans in US, or nowadays even Democrats in US. If you observe the global geopolitical scenario, if you follow that, even nowadays in the case of Democrats in US, you'll find that they always want to represent the aspirations of youth, but the political power is vested in the older ones in their political party. So that is where the trust level in the political party goes down. That is where many of the political parties, they start becoming irrelevant, isn't it? So that is the case even with the Likud party in the case, in the country of Israel. So you can take that example. Vijayanagar Empire had declared itself as a Hindu state with diversity, acceptance, with universal brotherhood of Veda. Okay, you can do better, Shanavaz, in this. If you want to be successful, then make a goal, and show your hard work. No, that is not the meaning. The meaning is, if you want to create a good impression, what kind of impression you want to create, be that person. Automatically, good reputation would be created. So I will write it down. The inference: if a good reputation is sought to be created, any kind of reputation, then create, or rather, be the individual you want to be seen as. Here, you can take the case of the countries, you can take the case of individuals, you can take the case of the societies, you can take the case of the NGOs, all of them, you can take the example of that. And Mahatma Gandhi wore the loincloth only because he didn't want to represent himself to be different than the other person. Right. So, in order to be able to represent the poor person's interest, he decided to, or he chose a life of that of a sage. That is, he would basically live a minimalistic life. Can we have Dr. Kalam sir as an example? How? That he did good deeds, that is why he had good reputation. Please don't do that. That will again be a departure from the meaning. How do we approach mythological references in an essay? Just the mentioning of it or elaboration as well? So you mention it, and then you provide the inference of it, how it is related to the topic. So then talk about climate justice. So when we talk about climate justice, so in the case of climate justice, that you have various different champions of climate in the world. For example, when you talk about United States is always going to lecture the entire world about climate change. Always you will find, right? Regardless of what India does, whatever China does, how many plants or how many areas of reforestation, afforestation that you carry out, what is the amount of conservation for the various species that you carry out. United States will be the first one, and many countries in Western Europe, they will be the first one to provide a preaching. Now, here, they don't practice it at home. Per capita emission of carbon in United States is at an exorbitantly high level. So obviously, you won't have that good a reputation. Your credibility level starts to take a dip. Okay. India and its aspiration to be a Vishwa Guru. Yes. So if India aspires to be that kind of a global leader, it has to champion the cause for the rightfulness all along. It needs to have that kind of a moral outcome. Okay. Then vaccine diplomacy. Now, this is where the particular essay topic came true to the very core. For example, when we talk about the vaccine and the development of vaccines, so when you had the development of and the vaccines were being developed, now at that point of time, if you recall the statements made by President Joe Biden, now Joe Biden at that point of time said and went ahead to say that look, you have the world has got a duty to help the poorer people, and the poorer nations of the world need help. But once their companies invented the vaccine, then United States started hoarding the vaccines. It did not provide the vaccines to the poorer countries. It let those vaccines go to waste. Whereas a country like India, with much lesser resources, it did the work of vaccine diplomacy, for which even countries till now they are thanking us. So that is where you create a good impression. Okay, vaccine diplomacy and the aspect of helping the other, service before self, right? Then, in the case of international relations, the reputation of the countries, here you can talk about China and its efforts to create a good reputation. But regardless of whatever effort it does, it will never be able to create an impression that it is actually good on the outside, on the inside as well. That kind of an impact will never be created because somehow or the other, the reality seeps through. Okay, right? You can also talk about it in sports arena. If you want to appear to be one of the greatest competitors, you have to compete at every level with the immense amount of impact. Okay, now then we come to the various different types of introduction. So when you talk about the different types of introduction, you have the anecdotal introduction, you have the direct introduction, you have the introduction with a maxim or a quotation, and also a deliberative introduction. Let us take a look at all of them with the help of examples, that what these introductions or different types of introductions are, how they can be utilized. Okay, so that is what we'll be taking a look at. So first of all, we start with the portion of anecdotal introduction. So anecdotal introduction, that is, you provide a short story. So here, what short story that you can provide? You can provide the story of King Ashok. You can provide the story of Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, these are the stories that you can provide. Now once you provide the story, now either the story is to be self-explanatory or the story has to refer to the particular topic at hand. So the story can sometimes be large but not very large. For example, resource management in the Indian context. Now Buddha one day was in deep thought about the worldly activities. And so, this is about resource management in the Indian context. Understand how to create a kind of a story about it. So, resource management means better utilization of the resources, utilization of the entirety of resources. So, listen to this narration of the Jataka tales. So, Buddha one day was in deep thought about the worldly activities and the way of instilling goodness in humans. The following is a text of conversation between him and his disciples. One of his disciples approached him and said, "O my teacher, while you are so much concerned about the world and others, why don't you look into the welfare and needs of your own disciples also?" To which Buddha asked, "Okay, tell me, how can I help you?" "Master, my attire is worn out and is beyond the decency to wear the same. Can I get a new one, please?" Buddha found the robe indeed was in bad condition, which needed replacement. He asked the storekeeper to give the disciple a new robe to wear on. The disciple thanked Buddha and retired to his room. Though he met his disciple's requirement, Buddha was not all that contented on his decision. He realized he missed out a few points. A while later, he realized what he should have asked this disciple. He went to the disciple's place and asked him, "Is your new attire comfortable? Do you need anything more?" To which the disciple said, "Thank you, my master. The attire is indeed very comfortable. I need nothing more." So, having got the new one, what did you do with the old attire? "I'm using it as my bedspread." To which the Buddha said, "Then, hope you have disposed of your old bedspread." Then the disciple said, No, master. I'm using my older bedspread as my window curtain." "What about your old curtain being used to handle hot utensils in the kitchen now?" "Oh, I see. Can you tell me, what did you do with the old clothes they use in the kitchen?" "They are being used to wash the floor." "Then the old rug being used to wash the floor?" "Master, since they were torn off so much, we could not find any better use but to use as a twig in the oil lamp, which is right now lit in your study room. Buddha smiled in contentment and left to his room. So, this tells you about the resource utilization. This tells you about the basics of the circular economy. Okay, so this is where you provide the anecdote. I'll give you other set of examples as well. Is that understood? What do we mean by anecdotes in general? So anecdotes basically they are the ones which provide relation to the given particular topic. They relate to the topic and they convey the message what the topic is trying to talk about. Okay, now it has to be authentic in most of the cases and then has to be crisp and meaningful. Now make believe when I say, now here you can recreate a poem, you can recreate something, but you cannot recreate a scenario which is absolutely in a way very playful. For example, that a person needed help, then a person from other galaxy came in to help him. With the help of a starship, that person was rescued. So don't start recreating your own movie scripts in your mind that you would have thought about to make a movie sometime later. Don't try to recreate those kinds of scripts. Okay, so here, for example, again, introduction by scenic recreation. This is also a part of the anecdotal introduction, a kind of an anecdotal introduction where you recreate a scene. Okay, so success of a democracy hinges on healthy functioning of its institutions. Success of a democracy hinges on healthy functioning of its institutions. So here, a tree can withstand the gravest of storms, most violent floods, and the severe famine if it has grown into a holistic living system. That is to say, its roots are deep and firm, its trunk is dense and broad. Its branches are tenacious. Tenacious means they are able to withstand the movement of the wind, they are able to sustain themselves. Then, its branches are tenacious and leaves functioning incessantly as photosynthetic food factories. All in all, the growth and survival of a tree is dependent on the healthy functioning of its parts. Right? The analogy, so here observe this. This is where the recreation ends. You are creating a scenic recreation. Okay, you have recreated a scene to associate it with the demand of the question, the demand of the topic at hand. That is how you have recreated that. So this analogy, borrowed from the Jatakas, is adept in explaining our political system. Our democracy is a tree and it must be watered and nourished with care in order to bear us fruit. Okay, so that is a relation. Now, sometimes in this recreation, you can also end up recreating a kind of a poem of sorts, even though I understand that is going to be very, very difficult. Child labor, a necessary evil or just plain evil? So, the demand of the question is, or what is the meaning of the question? That when you talk about child labor, now, is it a necessary evil that children have to indulge into in order to keep their stomach full? Or in any case, is it purely evil? Okay, so here, unnecessary evil or just plain evil. Working with tools and teacups, the little hands move every day. For need and for survival, they are ready to walk every way. Some have an ailing sister, while some have a mother. To get home a penny, they get beaten by the other. Now, again, I understand that recreation of a poem is incredibly difficult unless and until you are good at that, unless and until, let's say, you have practiced that or you have been doing that for a long time since your graduation days, then you will be able to recreate it. But recreation of a poem is extraordinarily difficult and there are no two ways about it. So, do these kids know they are losing their childhood? And once you have done this, then after that, start hammering your points. So according to reports of United Nations, there are around 30 million child abusers in child laborers in India in 15 to 18 years age group. This striking figure represents a gloomy picture of the state's condition, etc. So, here also understand when you are able to highlight a data. Now, if you are confident about the data, so underline this. Now that should be your extent of underline. In the name of underline, I have seen few of the candidates, what they do is, if suppose they want someone to read this particular paragraph, or particular point, they will start underlining like this. Now let me assure you, nobody is interested in reading these underlines. Okay, because what you are doing is you are underlining everything, you are not pointing out what is important. So only underline the portions, the phrases, the couple of sentences that you find it to be important. Okay, now then then we come across to what is referred to as a direct methodology of introduction, where, and this is the introduction that you would mostly end up using. In majority of the cases, you will use this type of an introduction, where what you do is you take an introduction or a particular, let's say, any particular topic. Straight away, you interpret the title in the simple words. You explain what is the meaning of the topic. Explain the meaning of the topic here. Then define the keywords and the perspective or the implications of the keywords. Very briefly, the underlying ideas in the title, provide a couple of examples. A few examples can be cited, and then provide a context for the body portion. What needs to be written in the body, that context you provide. So that will provide the flow. So, for example, let's suppose when I say provide a context for the body, so there I mean that the last point of discussion that you have in the introduction, the body should naturally and organically flow from that. Okay, it should not be an isolated case. Okay, so for example, water disputes between states in federal India. Now, here, obviously, you cannot provide an anecdote that, when Gautam Buddha went from XYZ region to ABC region, he ensured that there is a water sharing agreement which happens. That kind of anecdote that you cannot provide. You can provide the aspect of how dispute resolution is ideal, etc. But then here, direct introduction is very much preferred. So, water sharing disputes across the country are increasing day by day and are only going to escalate with the prevalence of water scarcity and onset of testing times as far as the climate change is concerned. In this scenario, the disputes pertaining to water sharing among the states gain attention, and rightly so, as the burgeoning population demands ease of access and ease of availability of water. How does India as a polity handle it shall largely determine how we as a civilization cope up with the most pertinent issue of the modern millennium. India, being a federation, has always sought an amicable resolution to any sort of dispute which exists between the states. This, though, risks the disputes to be long drawn, but ensures that once a decision has been reached, it has been attained with utmost deliberation and shall be followed by the government and public on either sides. Understood what is a direct introduction? Right? So let's take an example. Science and technology is the panacea for the growth and security of a nation. So, how do you provide a direct introduction in this case? So, in this case, science Science and I'm not going to talk about the various perspectives, something that we have talked about yesterday. So science and tech, meaning, then growth and security, importance or significance, then examples where science and tech helped achieve that. Okay. Now, as you end the introduction here, your body should always end up beginning with the portion where you left off. Okay. Now, then comes the starting with quotation. When you have to start the essay with a quotation, that is the biggest urge of all times, that somehow I'm able to retain and remember all the various different types of quotations, and somehow I'm able to recreate that. So the aphorism, the quotation, the idiom that you are using, first of all, it has to be linked to the topic, the demand of the topic. So it should be directly related to the central theme of the topic, not the side aspect, the central theme of the topic. Then, secondly, here, once you provide a quotation, let's suppose you have provided a quotation. Now, after that, leave a space. In general, always advisable that when you are providing a heavy quotation, leave a space. Okay. After that, talk about the meaning or interpretation. Okay. After you have done that, then do one thing, associate it with the topic. Can I write quotation in Hindi or Sanskrit? Yes. So if it is written in a different language, then first of all, write its translation or the English meaning into after that quotation. So it can be used in a different language. So can be used in different language. Should I write Mathili quotes? If you are able to think about the quotes, why not? There should be no reason why not. So any language, preferably in an English script or even in the Devanagari script if you want, or in the language own script you can write. So any language, provide the inference first and then the relation. Okay, so this is, in this case, when you're providing it in a different language, first of all, you also have to talk about the translation. That translation needs to be followed with the inference. And then its relation with the topic. Now, if you are trying to introduce an essay with a kind of a quotation, you have to understand that you have to, after you have provided the quotation relevant, after, let's say, you have invested a couple of sentences in analyzing its meaning and its importance, then after that, you need to follow the steps that you follow in the case of the direct introduction otherwise. So direct introduction is something which follows the kind of a quotation. So always after this, go for direct introduction. Okay. In English, why, my dear friend? What is the compulsion to provide a quotation in English? Which is the quotation that you remember in English? That is Hindi and English. Any quotation that you remember worth mentioning, which is present in English, which is not present in Hindi or English in itself? Try to find out a quotation like that. Once you are able to find out a quotation like that, send me a mail. I am also very interested to know. Science and technology revolutionizes our lives, but memories, tradition, and myth frame our response. How will that be relevant to the question of science and tech is the panacea for growth and security? You cannot. So that is the requirement here. So for example, whenever you are able to provide a kind of a quotation, first of all, that quotation needs to be authentic. You can list the person who has named that quotation. It can also happen, as it happens in majority of the cases, that we don't know who is the individual who has given that quotation. That happens quite frequently. We are not aware. Now, if you are not aware that who has given the quotation, always advisable to put it in single quotes. Always advisable to put it in single quotes. Okay. And if, let's suppose, you are not very sure about the wording, famously said, that is how abstract you can be. So if not very sure of the exact meaning, put it in single quotes or write as famously said or as famously referenced. Now, in case you know the person who has given the quote, put it in double quotes here. Okay. So that is where you can put it in the case of a double quote. I hope that is understood. Okay. Now there needs to be a spacing. So many of the times what also happens is you are continuously writing, let's suppose. Per essay, only a single quote? No, there is no such rule. Many of the candidates, they write many different quotes in one particular essay and it looks good. So let's suppose you are writing. Now, in order to change the monotonous aspect of it, you can basically here talk about a quotation. Right? Then you talk about the meaning. So by this, what you have done? By providing a quotation, you have provided spacing in your answer paper. You have made the answer paper much more attractive now. Now the evaluator will be hooked onto it and the quote adds value. Okay, it adds value, it adds heft to the essay or the point that you are trying to make. So, the refugee crisis shows the world's moral failure. So, in this case, it is to talk about the refugee crisis. Now, which refugee crisis are we talking about here? So, here we are talking about the refugee crisis which was experienced across the region of Europe in general, where European region, which has always, in a way, again, even right now, if a crisis is happening in Manipur, I hope you are aware that it is being discussed in UK Parliament, it is being discussed in European Parliament about how bad that event is. So they have always been at the forefront of preaching others about humanity, about the role played by humanity, about the need for justice, about the need for brotherhood, fraternity, and so on. But when you had the refugees from Syria seeking refuge, seeking shelter, what did these European countries do? They installed fences and electrified fences. Many of them, many of the refugees, they basically were not granted entry. So that is where refugee crisis shows the world's moral failure. Now, Rabindranath Tagore succinctly put it when he said, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken into fragments by narrow domestic walls. So here he emphasized the liberty. So observe this portion. This portion is the interpretation of the quotation. It is the interpretation of the quote. Now, a century after those lines were written, different communities still confront the virtues of fear, hatred, terror, and divisiveness in the form of refugee crisis. Right? Okay, finally, someone came up with a English quote. जिंदगी में challenges आते रहेंगे पर right. So all these English quotes are basically the movie quotes that you are trying to put in. So, okay. So when you start writing for a kind of a journal, for a kind of, let's say you create your own blog, or when you become an IAS officer, and as is the trend nowadays, that once you become an IAS officer, you create your own YouTube channel, then use these quotes. In this, please understand who your competition is. Okay, please understand who your competition is. Your competition will be those people who have maybe had a kind of a graduation background from St. Stephen's or Delhi University, or the any of the prestigious universities out there. So if that person throws a Shakespeare out there, now better not to throw these English quotes, and better to go for a kind of a direct introduction. Imagine the evaluator, once he comes across a copy where all the Shashi Tharoor type of language is there, and then after that it comes across your copy. So I'm telling you again as an instance, don't use that. Okay. So yes, if you are from Delhi University, you would know the level of proficiency that many people in your alma mater and many people in your institute have. So that is where tread carefully. So the quotations for various different topics is something that I will be providing to you when we go ahead and when we discuss the various topics. So for example, most powerful is he who has himself in his power. Now, what is the meaning of this particular topic? Most powerful is he who has himself in power. So that tells you the role of self control. That tells you the role of self determination, right? That you can overcome any kind of obstacle if you have that dedication, devotion. Regardless of the externalities, regardless of the outside situation, you will be able to overcome that. You will be able to have a prevalence over that. You will be able to prevail. So that is the meaning of this topic. Now, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This is by Marcus Aurelius, right? The very great Roman philosopher. Then, he who controls others may be powerful, but he who has mastered himself is mightier still. Lao Tzu. Then, for example, education. So, in education, for example, you can take the case of Einstein. So, education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school. So, this talks about the values and morality. If you want to shine like a sun, first burn like a sun. Yes. Education that does not mold the character is absolutely worthless. That is by Mahatma Gandhi. Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. This is by Nelson Mandela. Then for democracy, for example, democracy is not law of the majority, but protection of the minority. Okay. Then Ballot is stronger than the bullet. I understand democracy as something that gives the weak the same chance as the strong, by Mahatma Gandhi. Okay. Roots of education are bitter, but fruits are sweet. That is correct. Then, for example, even Mark Twain, I never let schooling come in my way of education. That can also be used. Then you have the deliberative introduction. Deliberative means you deliberate upon something, you ponder upon something, you think upon something, but you think it out aloud, right? That is what you are thinking, that is something that you create. So, for example, whenever you talk about deliberative introduction, it will basically have two components. One will have a kind of an anecdote or an aphorism. Aphorism here refers to an idiom, maxim, or a quotation. So either do one thing in the introduction if you are able to provide, let's suppose, an anecdotal case or a case study right? After that, or you can provide a quotation as well. That is also what you can start with. After that, follow it up with a torrent of questions, with a series of questions. So here, the series of questions. Now, these questions, it is not for the evaluator to answer those questions and get back to you. Your entire essay will be dealing with or will be revolving around this question. So this set of questions, they provide you a kind of a framework around which you have to work with. Okay, so these set a framework. It gives an idea to the evaluator what your essay is going to talk about. So this set a framework for the essay. Okay, it does, and your entire essay is going to revolve around those. For example, literacy is growing very fast, but there is no corresponding growth in education. I know many quote from Sanskrit and Gita. So, do I still need to prepare English quote also? No, not needed. See, if for various different areas, if you are able to provide quotation, be it in Sanskrit, be it in Tamil, be it in Kannada, be it in any of the languages, not a dialect, I'm talking about a language. So, if you are able to provide them, or even in dialects, if you are able to provide them, that is sufficient. Eventually, you have to authenticate. It should not be your own quotation. That, as famously said by Rahul, or as famously said by Aman. So that should not be the case. Okay. So because till now you are not that reliable a personality that other people would be impressed by what you say. Once you become that individual, then you can quote yourself. But as of now, don't do that. So any of the famous quotations that you can derive at, you can go for that. Okay. Don't take it otherwise. The names that I have given, I have said, don't take it otherwise. It is just in jest. Now, Shanavaz, I'm poor in quotation, so give some suggestion and reference. See, for in my opinion, the various different books that you study, so not the Lakshmikants and the Bipin Chandras of this world, but when I say various different books, I'm talking about the various different non-fictional books that you study. So, as said by Bageshwar Baba, please don't do that. Okay, various different books that you study, you will come across the various different types of quotations. So keep a track of that. Ideally, I would suggest note it down. Now, even in newspapers, if you are a regular reader of the newspapers, even in newspapers, in the editorial sections, etc., on a daily basis, you will come across various different types of introduction. Utilize that, use that. Okay, so here, I never let my schooling interfere with my education. That is by Mark Twain. So, after that, why is education important? After so many decades of independence, Why have we not been able to provide quality education? Why the quantity is increasing? Literacy is growing very fast. That is being addressed. Why the quantity is increasing but not the quality? Why teaching is not considered a respectable job in India? Why our public funding in education is not at par with other countries? Why right to education is still a long way from achieving a desired? So you are following a series of these questions. Now, these questions are not for the evaluator to answer. This, you are setting a framework. All of these will be addressed in the essay. So here, as you move ahead, you will address them. So for example, just to tell you about the diversity of quotations that we can use. So biased media is a real threat to Indian democracy. So whoever controls the media controls the mind, provided by Jim Morrison. Are we aware of Jim Morrison? Any of us who are aware who Jim Morrison was? No? Okay. Find it out, and you will basically then understand that yes, Ziba, that is correct. So he was basically renowned as one of the pop artists. So that is where I'm sure you would have heard few of his songs here and there. So basically, that tells you if the quotation works, if the quotation works for the essay topic, then you can use it and you can quote it, right? So, for example, you have the very famous set of quotations provided by even John Lennon, which you will find printed on the various different T-shirts. Now, please don't start representing the quotation that you see on the back of the trucks or the back of the buses, right? Please don't start printing those quotations. Have as long as it is relevant to the topic. Can we use quote in social issue and justice answers? You can. You can. Why not? Now, here, even though media has for long been propagator of information for events around us, who is accountable for the veracity of information? With increasing number of private and paid media in prevalence, is the narrative controlled? Is there a propaganda war in the name of free flow of information? Is there a long-term damage that the society is endangered? So these will again set a framework. I hope you are able to take a look at the larger picture, right? Any persistent doubts which have not been addressed till now? What type of a question should I have to ask to myself to attain this introduction? So you have to revolve around the various nuances of the topic, the various in the case of the direct introduction that you have where you address the basic key points. So here you frame it in a point of a question mark. This is just to provide a kind of a creativity, but I would always suggest to you that rather than doing that, always go for a direct introduction and a quote based introduction or an anecdotal based introduction. That should be preferred. Majority of the times with majority of us, what happens, either we don't remember the quotation in time or we don't remember an anecdote. So don't worry about it. Work on your strengths, rely on your strengths, and go for direct introduction. Okay. Deepika will talk about it in the coming week. I'll tell you about the various books that you can cover. Is it necessary to write the exact quote word or to word it? If it is flexible, then don't put it in double quotes. Unless and until you are citing it verbatim, don't put it in double quotes. Okay? Right? What all things to be kept in mind while reading editorial? The basic aspect that should be kept in mind is, am I able to understand it or not? As simple as that. You keep on understanding it, you will over a period of time, when you gain that habit, you will always recall it. And wherever you find a certain a quotation, start taking a note of it. Okay, right? Okay. So that is where we'll restrict the session here today, guys. We meet again next week. Till that point of time. Now, tomorrow you will be having a kind of, so on the portal, I'm sure you would be appearing for the BHLP test. So I'll be giving you a set of 4 essay questions. Try to write an essay at least on one of them, or this weekend you have the main test series as well, so try to write on that as well. Okay. I was unable to understand the essay on myself. Which essay on yourself? Okay, is it that you are unable to understand the question of the essay or the requirement of the question? Is that what you are getting at, Manoj? Akula, I'm not comfort with glossary. Do you mean vocabulary? So it will only come after reading. The more you read, the better you become. Right. And please understand, it is not always pertinent for you to have a best of the vocabulary out there as long as you are able to convey the meaning. So, the examples that I have given to you, the examples that I have cited, none of them use very high fi vocabulary for that matter. All of them are in simple language. That is the requirement. Okay. Yes, Satyam, that is a good quote for biased media. That is a very good quote. You can use it for Hindi as Hindi and then use it as an English interpretation. And Hariom will get in touch with me. Okay. Yes, Rahul, it will come with practice itself. No, don't use the terms such as Godi media, etc. Don't use those terms. Never use those terms. Those are very, very, in a way, violent terms, so to say, or those are very, in a way, unparliamentary in a way, or not very decent. So don't use those terms. Okay. It's okay. Absolutely okay, Rahul. Don't worry. So it is derogatory, yes, for the lack of the better word. So don't use those particular terms. So that is where we'll end the session here. We meet again next week. Take care of yourself. Goodbye. Thank you.